Good morning, traders. Welcome back to my channel. Welcome to my live stream. So this is Channel's Retirement Live. This morning, I'm trading the Qs. All right. Let me share my chart. The market's going to open up here in about 4 minutes. And whoops, we're going to go there. Oh, we're going to go there. So this is kind of what you're looking at. We're looking at a 30-minute chart. And you can see we're getting a gap up this morning. So if you look at and I'm trading the Qs, you look at the weekly's green, the daily is green, the hourly is green, the market is pushing up. We're going to gap up. I'm looking at three different scenarios, right? Scenario number one is we just have a gap and go. We come up here to Wednesday's highs. We punch right through Wednesday's highs and keep going, right? The other one, the next option is that market opens, kind of fakes you out that it's going up there, then it reverses, comes back and closes this gap, comes down to the blue line, right? Closes the gap, then reverses and goes back up and makes higher highs. The third option is that we do close this gap, but then, or we do make equal highs, but then we turn around and come back, close the gap, and just keep going down lower. Now, there are a lot of people that still think that the lows have not been put in and that this market is still going to go lower, right? So I don't have a bias. I'm just going to trade whatever the chart gives me, right? Whatever the chart gives me, that's what I'll trade. And let me get set up here. All right, those are three scenarios. They're looking good. Market's going to open up here in about 2 minutes. And we shall see what it's going to do. Turn that down. All right, looks like we're set up there. Set up there. Market's going to open up in about a minute and a half. I'm going to switch over to my trading chart. I trade off the 1 minute. And there I'm at the 1 minute. All right. Market's going to open up at about 464.50. It's way up here. Now we're looking for the market. The green line, that's the weekly high, right? That's the weekly high, last week's high. And so we go higher than this, then we're making a higher high on the week, which is good, right? Which is good. Nothing wrong with that. That's what we want to see. So that's the green line. I got some pivots in there. This is the 20-day moving average. There's the Friday's high. And then Friday's low. Obviously, these are just pivots. Just some levels that I had marked on or marked. I'm just leaving it on. A previous low. Or I should say the weekly low. So that's the weekly low. And that's a previous low. Okay. Now we're tracking. Now we're good. All right. So the market just opened. It's way up here, just below the 20. And those are the two things that I'm watching, right? I'm watching to see what the market's going to do. Oh, three things, right? Three options that I think the market's going to take. Now, I normally wait 15 minutes before I do any trade, and I kind of map out the 15-minute high and low and look to see where it breaks. I don't necessarily trade that. I just watch that. All right, coming down a little. So the hope is that within this 15 minutes, that I will know what the market wants to do. Hopefully, everybody got their cup of coffee. So that's the daily 20 that it's currently just under. Again, my three scenarios was that they would come back down here to the blue line, which is Friday's close, right? Close this gap that it just created, close it, reverse, come back, make higher highs. Second option was we were going to do a gap and go, which means that within uh, first 5 minutes that it's going to turn and it's going to keep going, right? Gap and then it just goes. And I do have some calls loaded up already, just in case that's the preferred option that it wants to trade. There's still a lot of people that the market has not made its its low. That the market's still going to go down even lower with all this tariff stuff going on. I don't know. I don't know what to believe. I just trade the market, right? Just trade the charts, what I have in front of me. That's the only thing that I could do. But I see Apple pulling back, Dow pulling back, ES pulling back, NQ pulling back a little. It's little, and that's okay. Obviously, it's showing it's showing on the cues that the NQ is pulling back a little. And that is okay. So you see, we're constantly making lower lows underneath VWAP. See what that wants to do. Yeah, I usually wait that this 15 minutes because if you thought this was a gap and go, and if you bought calls already, you're like, oh, okay, pulling back, and you really don't know how far it's going to pull back until it does. So I just watched the first 15 minutes, especially now because it did give me the signal that it wants to go higher right now, right? Gap and go. Looks more like the sellers have come in and they're trying to push this down. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. Did some interesting things. Look what the Mag 7 is doing. Throw CNBC on there just in case there's a headline that pops up there. I'll be able to see it. Then I'll know why the market moved one direction or another. Usually don't trade the news. Usually I'll see the market move because of the news, and I'll just glance over there at CNBC and you'll kind of know why it moved. So at this point, what I'm looking for, hey, maybe the market is going to come down and close this gap. But I wouldn't buy a put because I don't know that for sure. I can never be really sure about anything, but the market could turn at any point. That's three red here. I would think the next candle is going to be a green candle, maybe. Well, I would expect it to be a green candle. The market's coming down. So at some point, it's going to try to come back up and make an equal high here. All right, let's see what this candle brings us. Continuation, or do we get some green? So the NQ is actually right on its VWAP. So it looks to be a little weaker than SPY, than the ES. There's that reversal candle. Not really a reversal candle, just a green candle. So I'm still just watching it. My 15 minutes are not up yet. So a lot of people play half gap, meaning we gap up, we'll come back down to the 50%, which is right at that pivot, right at the pivot, and then it reverses. All right, look like we're getting too green here. Yeah, it's not enough to get me to jump in, even if I thought it was going to go up here and make equal highs. Not yet. I do take a lot of chances based on chart patterns, candlestick patterns, but this is not one of them. Looks like the ES and the NQ are both breaking below its VWAP. I'm going to readjust this my trend line here. something like that, just to help me see the trend. Obviously, right now the trend is down, right at the 38.2. I guess if you bought puts at the open, then you would be right, because the market is kind of pulling back. So how much is it pulling back? I don't know. There's your three red right at the 50%. See if we get a green candle here. So my ideal spot for a reversal is always between the 618 and the 50%. I always think that if it breaks the 618, it's coming down to test 100% retracement. Although it doesn't always happen that way, just what I think. That's just what I plan sometimes. I think about another 2 minutes before my 15-minute is up. I'll be right back. All right, 618, right there. Usually right there where either look for reversal and or if we break that 618, coming down to retest 100%. I'm gonna watch this this one candle here because we are coming out of the 15-minute. And so I'm just going to mark this real quick. The highs. There's the 15-minute low. All right. Then I'll come back to the one. All right. So there's the 15-minute breakout either which way. And it looks like it's going to break to the bottom. Looks like we're going to go close this gap maybe. And it looks like the options are still a little more expensive, less expensive than what it was last week. Last week they were definitely expensive. All right, so we're making a equal low here. We'll see if it breaks it, continues on down to the fill the gap. All right, so just depends. We retrace at least half of that gap. Well, normally I'd buy double bottoms like this, but because of that gap right there, I don't feel lucky. Although the 5 minute on the ES and the NQ there, putting in a good candle, looking nice for the upside. So for me, right, it started to come down. Now we broke this structure. So now what it's doing? Well, right now it's trading sideways. All right, it's trading sideways. Let's see if this breaks it. MEWAP will be its first obstacle to get across, although it's looking kind of strong. We'll see. We'll see if it's gonna stay in this channel. I'm gonna take a peek at the analysis. More puts being bought than calls. I'm thinking VWAP gonna let it pause. So you can go the other way. All right. Go like this. This is your fibs. Come back up to the 38.2 and it's being rejected. It's obviously in this channel. We're still watching. That's a nice hold up here. All right. Looks like it wants to go higher here. Or do they pull this back here? Coming up the VWAP. So now you got the tariff news and earnings are just starting to pick up now. So earnings can have a positive or negative effect on the market as well, not just the tariffs. So struggling just right here. This might be waiting for the 10 o'clock news to come out. That's why it's trading sideways. That's how you know that time's important. So where you see the market consolidate, just move sideways, pick up steam in which it could make its next move. You just don't know the next move is up or down. Well, we know it's the market's job is to get back up here and make a higher high. That's what the market's trying to do. All right. You got sellers that are want to push it down, close this gap. And that's the first challenge for either side. So it's like, okay, so who's gonna win? You got three reds and now a green. Let's see if they turn this green and take it back up. Nope. Still a doji. Possible. A possible turn. Do see buyers that have been stepping in. Let's just see how strong they are. How strong are those buyers? And if you just joined the stream, this is Chandler's Retirement Live. I'm Chandler, and on my channel, I usually show what my retirement lifestyle looks like and do videos about it. And this is just a part of my lifestyle, right? Is I usually trade some in the morning, usually trade the Qs or the SPY. Currently locked in on the Qs today, although both the NQ and the ES are both kind of doing about equal. Well, maybe I think SPY is a little stronger, right? So it's sitting on top of the VWAP where NQ is below it, and then the Dow is above it. So that's kind of what I do first thing in the morning. I trade either the SPY or the Qs, trade the 1 minute charts. I buy or or buy calls or puts based on what direction I believe the market's going to go. I don't try to make $1 million. I have a risk reward 2 to 1, 1 to 2. Just depends how you look at it. Where I'm just looking for a 50-cent move to make me some money, make me some lunch money. And if I'm wrong, I want to get out as soon as possible. So I have a quarter, 0.25 um, automatic stop. So if I'm wrong, I'm gonna get out right away, reload, take a look at what the market's doing. If it's still going in my direction, I can buy again. If I do make a trade, you'll see the my stop and my limit order, my sell order on the chart. So you can cheer with me. Give me some positive energy to push that market to my sell order. And I always say, don't follow me in a trade because you'll probably lose money. We know that trading is hard and that you got to trade your own plan, right? Now you might take away some of the things that I say and incorporate it into your own plan. That's good. That's where I learned to trade. Take little bits and pieces from other people and apply it to what I do. And if it works, it works. If it don't work, you get rid of it and you just keep moving on, right? You just keep moving on. All right, so the market did open, come down, came down. We came back to the 618, right? So the blue line there is where the market closed on Friday. And then this green line is actually where it's the weekly high, but it's also where the market closed on Wednesday. So Wednesday's high, that strong day on Wednesday, and hopefully you caught a little piece of that. I think I caught two pieces of that on Wednesday. Now we're at right at VWAP, right at VWAP, right at the 50% retracement, right? So let's come down here, retrace 50%. I look for the reversal in between the 50 and the 618, just like right there. And if it does break the 618, I always think it's going to the 100% retracement. That's what I look for. Still well within the 50 or the 15-minute channel, right? Your blue lines, that's the 15-minute high and low. I usually watch that because a lot of people play that, right? They'll play the 15-minute breakout. So we're right at the 618. Usually that's where I will see a reversal and or if it keeps going, I like to think we're going to the high, right? The 465.05. It's 100% retracement if it can get there. I have not taken a trade yet. See, the market came down and we just trade sideways. Now we just broke out of this little channel. Did stay in it very long. I'll actually remove that because it's not helping me anymore. We're trading above VWAP, which is very positive. All right, and since we're above VWAP, I'm going to switch from puts to calls. And when I look at calls, I usually like to trade the delta, which is here's my delta, right? 70. There's 69. Probably going to go up, back. Let's do this. This looks good. Okay. Obviously, that goes to another monitor. Can't fit everything on one monitor. And this one monitor I like to leave as clean as possible, which is why you don't see a lot of other squiggly lines. I like to watch market action, all right, or market price action. And then the market forecast, that's the only indicator, the indicator below. That's the only indicator that I utilize. And it kind of helps me. Just keeping in mind that everything is a probability, right? It's what's the probability that the market's going to go up a little higher, or what's the probability that it's going to go lower? It's almost like flipping a coin sometimes. Sometimes you have, um, it does something that you see, a pattern that you've seen before, because the market continues to make these same patterns. And sometimes these patterns can help you get into a trade that's going to go in your direction. And that's what you're looking for. All right, what are you this week? Are you a bull or a bear? Hey, I'm a bull. I always think the market's going to go higher. All right, so trying to identify what the market wants to do. Still just trading sideways. All right. We haven't broke out of the 15-minute yet. It just says it's trading sideways, picking up steam. You could do this. So it's come back, 618, right where I'd like to see a reversal. And now you got a high, you got a lower high, which is never good if you're wanting the market to go higher. All right, market, come on. Still haven't got in a trade yet. Still haven't broken out of the 15-minute high and low. We're right in the middle. And you know what they say, don't diddle in the middle. All right, so from this leg, we've pulled back a little over the 618. Okay, see that it's reversing. Coming up the VWAP again. Hey, good morning, morning, morning. Dark room. Playing. Yep. That's what I'm trading. I'm trading the Qs today. I am trading the Qs. Still within this 15-minute. So it's just trading sideways. Coming up on VWAP. We made a lower high. This is your lower high. All those higher low, higher low. So we'll kind of see what it wants to do. I do have some calls loaded in my active trader, but not sure what it wants to do. You see right here, I mean, you're right in the middle, right? You're right in the middle. So now you got to flip that coin if you're going to take a trade. But they say don't diddle in the middle. You don't know where it's going to go. Yeah, anytime Trump speaks, uh, the market does move. But although, a lot of times he just keeps repeating the same thing he said before, you know. Every speech I hear, a lot of times it's the same things. I think it was Kid Rock that said, "Hey, if you wanna get something, if you wanna say something to him, so a lot of times you just have to interrupt him. Otherwise, he'll just keep on talking." Oh, look at that. That's a harsh candle right there. That fib out there. Yeah, I said there's still a lot of RSI's. Yeah, it's pretty bearish. Yeah, there's a lot of people that still believe that we haven't made the lows for this leg. That the market can still go a lot lower. I know a lot of people are saying, "Hey, the lows are in." And it's nothing but clear skies going up. There's a lot that say, "Nope, not yet," and that's good because that's where you have a market, right? Yeah, you don't want everybody saying it's time to jump in. You need some people on both sides. So today you can see what we've done, right? We've gapped up, retraced, at least 50%, come back, made a lower high, right? A lower high. Now it's pulling back underneath the WAP. That's negative. We'll see if that the 15-minute low that could break. If we can get down, and the market's job is to come down and close this gap, right? We know that all gaps are closed at some point. So it's got to close that gap. We also know that the market's job is to make a higher high. So which one you want to do first? Close the gap or make a higher high? Because we're right in the middle. So it's a coin toss. When it's a coin toss, I'd rather just wait before I take a trade. I like the uh, I like the odds to be in my favor. All right, market, what do you want to do? We passed 10 o'clock. All right, hitting VWAP again. We see this all the time, and I mention it every time, right? Equal high, right at VWAP, right? A lot of times you make equal highs right here. The market does pull back. There are times, though, that it breaks right through. So the fact that we're at 3, and I expect a red candle here in about 30 seconds, we might pull back down further. But you see this pattern a whole lot. Three, and there's that red. Yeah, look at that. Tesla? Yeah, because Apple's not doing anything. I'm gonna look at Tesla. Yeah, that's nice. Nice positive candle. You get follow through. Yeah, you don't get follow through right away. I'm gonna jump in. I was looking at Tesla. Yeah, Tesla. There's his pop open, come back. It did retest it, right? Retest the open. Like, that's probably close enough for government work, unless Doge is watching. So it closed and then it moved up. Although you notice it didn't make a higher high, right? Just like the Qs, a lower high. It's come back. So we'll see which side it wants to break, right? Because it's going to break. It's going to go either higher, make an equal high right here, or it's going to come lower. But it's under VWAP. Hey, good morning, David. Good morning. Glad you're stopping by. Hopefully, you're doing well. Had a great weekend. Yep, and it looked like it's breaking down. Tesla's breaking to the low. That will push NQ and Qs. Sure can. So again, still within that 50-minute range. All right, just chopping back and forth till it decides what it wants to do. Underneath VWAP is always negative for me. Tesla 253.24 is support. Okay, yeah, I'm watching Tesla on another monitor here. Yeah, 253. All right, testing VWAP again. And you think that anybody that's buying puts right here at VWAP, their stops are like right up here, right above. And so my thought is that at some point, it's going to break VWAP and go for these stops, right? And or make an equal high here. Just change that color. right now. Look like a little hammer there. It is trying to push through VWAP there. Both the NQ and the ES are and the YM are both all above VWAP. All right. So if VWAP, if you bought puts at VWAP, then your stops again are right upwards trading. Although it does look like it wants to go a little higher. Yeah, it makes you want to definitely makes you want to buy this. See what this next candle brings in about 10 seconds. Yeah, well, you want to push higher, make equal highs here. I remove that. That ain't helping me no more. I'll redraw it. Yep, you're always constantly redrawing these trend lines, and that's okay. Usually I don't trade off of them, but kind of helps these old eyes kind of see where the trend is, right? All right. First hour. Market's been open 1 hour. So we're above VWAP and we're coming back down. Maybe this is a break and retest. Remove that. That ain't helping me no more. Trying to see if VWAP's going to hold and act as support. It was resistance here, 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 here. Broke through. Come back. Now, if it can hold, that will get a lot of people in. We are trading on the third red, so you would think that the next one's going to be a green. Not that it will be. That's just what I think. TradingView, I've never subscribed to it or utilized it. I know a lot of people love it, right? I've seen so many people utilize it for a whole bunch of different reasons. A lot of times it's just for charting. Um, but no, I've used Thinkorswim so long. I just stayed with them, right? When they were with TD, I stayed with them, and then when they went to Schwab, I was like, you know what? There's no reason for me to switch. I'm comfortable with it. I don't have to relearn a new program. So I just stayed with Thinkorswim. All right, we're right above VWAP and see what it wants to do. Yeah, there's a lot of brokerages out there that you can use. Not to say one's better than the other. They all have their purpose in life. For what I do, Thinkorswim Thinkorswim works for me. Almost like it wants to trade sideways right up here, you know? And I'll watch that. Yeah, one thing about TradingView, they got a whole lot of options that you can utilize, a lot of templates, a lot of other stuff that you can throw on your charts. I mean, for me, is the less that I put on my charts, the better. Because if I have a ton of things on my charts and it takes away or from my thoughts, it takes away from my vision. Right now, I'm watching a study. Now I'm watching an indicator. Now I'm watching a moving average or multiple moving averages. Uh, and that takes away from me watching the actual market action. I like to focus just on the market action, just to see what it's doing. There, from there, I could pretty much tell. Like right now, we're above VWAP, right? We're just trading sideways in this little channel I drew. Now, is it going to move higher or lower? Flip a coin. We're still within the 15-minute, right in the middle. That's what VWAP is, right? And so for me, if I'm above VWAP, yeah, I'm positive. Yeah, yeah. I hear you there, Dr. Darkroom. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to tell. The other thing that I watch, right, on another monitor, I watch the NQ, the ES, and the YM. I also watch whatever I'm trading. I watch it on a 15 minutes. So I'm watching the Qs on a 15 minutes, and that kind of gives me a heads up on what the direction is. I will also watch. Uh, I like to watch the Magnificent Seven, the MAGS uh, ETF, not ETF, but mutual fund. That kind of points in a certain direction. And I also watch one of the Magnificent Seven. Like right now, I'm on Tesla. I'm watching Tesla. It does look like it. Tesla wants to move higher, just like the Qs. And over here, you can see where I got the Mag 7. I also got the Qs, the Dow, buy. You can see where Amazon's probably this is the only one down for this second. Market keeps trying to push higher. We're probably going to get a pop to the upside here because you can kind of see it making higher highs here until it's not. For now, it is. Jeb's not sure what it wants to do. Once it does make a equal high, if we reverse from there, or we keep going higher. Although the market's, the market's already up 1.85%, about 8.5 points. The Qs, that is. So we're up. We're up pretty high. That we are. Yeah, I do usually watch either Apple or Nvidia. Those are the two that out of the Magnificent Seven, I'm always constantly watching. Right. Although that just confirms what the Qs are doing. Doesn't give me any heads up. Just confirms. Yep. I just seen where they talked about the blue uh what's that called? Blue Origin, the spacecraft with all the women. I guess it I guess it went up to space and it came back down, and they're all okay. In case you were wondering, Katy Perry's is doing fine. There you go. We're making equal highs there. Equal highs as this. Right? My question was, once we do that, what does the market do? Does it pull back or continue on? Yeah, yeah. So it made those equal highs right here, and you could see it's pulling back. Again, we're still in this range. I would think the next thing it wants to do is break out of this, right, and come up here and make higher highs. That's the market's job. Make higher highs. Sellers want to push it down, at least close this gap. Well, we're still above VWAP. When did I start trading? Oh, I tell this story about I spent 23 years in the army, and this is back in probably 1995. I was in Germany, and I knew at some point I was going to retire, so we started investing in mutual funds. I remember one year the mutual fund the market went up, but the mutual fund didn't go up very much. And I looked, I was like, man, I didn't make very much money this year in this mutual fund. Well, the market was up, I don't know, 20, 30%. I'm like, that's terrible. And the more you look at it, it's like, man, they charged me a lot of money just to make me a little money. When you start to look at mutual funds, you say, oh, okay, it's just a basket of stocks uh, that for whatever reason they decided to buy. So back in '95, I got curious and uh, I started looking into stock, and I said, well, you know what? I'm just going to open up a brokerage account and start buying my own stock, create my own mutual fund. All right. Um, and so I started doing that, and you start to do that, you start to get curious, and you start to learn. All right. Uh, and the more you get screen time, the more you dig into it. The more you learn, the more you get better, the more you make money. I know for a fact that if you buy into the S&P, especially the S&P, right? Back then, you buy into the S&P and just let it run. just every once a month. Some people do it every week at the of the week. You get paid, you just dump $100 into whatever stocks you own, right? Or the S&P, the ES or SPY. You just dump money into that. And I was in the military, so I was doing a whole lot of things. I mean, at one time, you know, constantly be deployed, and so you forget about your money. You just know that it goes into your investment fund. You just let it ride, and whether you have down days, down weeks, down months, you always have up weeks, up days, up months, but the market continues to go higher over time. So that's what I always tell people is, you don't have to pick stocks. You could just buy SPY or ride SPY, or if you like the NQ, or there's other funds, um, ETFs that you could buy that plays the whole market. Either or, everything is based on other mutual fund is based on beating the S&P. So forget about beating the S&P, be the S&P. So back in probably 95, I started learning, started watching. The internet wasn't great back then, but still you could get on and do some research and take a look at things. That I did. And so when I retired in 2021, in May, and I'm coming up on it, um, I just started trading full time. I've always swing trade when I worked, but then once I retired, I was like, hey, now I got the time. Most mornings I can jump on here and trade, and till I get tired. I get tired, or like today, you don't see the market really doing anything. It's just trading sideways. Um, I could just get off and call it a day and go do my other things. There's always a lot to do in retirement, right? It's always whatever you want to do, or whatever the wife tells you to do, or the girlfriend or the boyfriend, your significant other. All right, so looks like we pulled back the VWAP. We're coming up. We're making equal highs again. Three times. One, two. It's the third time. Do we push through this now and come up here? We could. Looks like it might want to. Or is it just a fake out? Yeah, that's mainly what I trade. Yeah, you trade back then. Yeah, I think I had uh, S- Scott trade. I think one of them was, and there was one other one that I was on before that. I kind of remember. I know Scott trade was one of them. I think that's what it was called. And there was another one that I subscribed to before then. Yeah, but Dr. Doom, you say, could you trade options? Yeah, that exactly what I trade. I trade same day options, right? That's what I do now. I don't hold anything overnight. Although, yeah, I got a long term investment which took a hit with like everybody else. Uh, but what I day trade is just same day options, right? Zero DT. And so with that, I don't hold. I get in, I look for my 50 cents, and I get out. And that's what I trade now. Make a couple of dollars. I call it lunch money, make some lunch money, and then I'm done for the day. You can see this is it's trying to break. It's having a hard time doing it because there's sellers there. Hmm. Again, I still think we're going to get up there and make higher highs today because that's what it's supposed to do. Make higher highs. Just taking its time. It's taking its time. It's taking its time. It does look like it wants to get up there and make higher highs. Nvidia. Let me look at Nvidia. Yeah, yeah, I see what you mean. That's like that 113 is definitely acting as resistance. All right, looks like we're 67% are bulls for this week, and 33% is bears. Think it's going to go down. So it's probably going to go down because the market usually does the opposite of what everybody thinks. Yep, that's how it works. Yep. What did he say about Nvidia? It's a good company. Bears for ODT. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I always like to look at the week, right? So when I first plan uh, for the day, I look at the week. We know that the week was green. The day is green. The hourly was green. Everything was going up, right? That's why I marked my this green, the 468 right here. That's the weekly high. So we get above that and make higher highs on the week. That's very positive. Although this ain't positive, it's coming back to VWAP. I removed that. That ain't helping me. Oh, building in the USA. Yeah. Yeah. All that what they talk about makes sense. I mean, I can see both sides of the conversation with if you really want to be free from the international community, you got to have manufacturing here in the United States. Although, in the other side of that equation is the forget free. You want to have cheap goods, then buy your goods elsewhere where you get them cheaper, but you won't have those jobs here in the United States. And that's good for that's good if you're rich, right? If you got a lot of money, but if you're not, you're poor, man. And I've been poor, and I still say I'm poor. So I can see both sides of the that conversation. I think the big problem is if you ever go to war with one of these countries, then what happens? All right, we're hitting VWAP again. It looks like it is. Uh, it's struggling there. Look at the sellers come in. Here come the buyers. At least there's both sellers and buyers right there at VWAP. And the trend right now is up, right? For this leg. This leg was down, right? We made double bottoms, which I normally buy this, but because of this gap, it kind of scared me. Um, but now the trend is higher, keeps going higher, higher until it breaks this, and the market switches. At least for me, that's how I see it. That's how I call it. But I still have my coals loaded up. So it's like if you bought anytime here or maybe here or maybe here, then your stops are down here, right? Your stops are right where the market is right now. So you know it's come down and it's hit some stops. Let's see if it reverses from that. What you need is one real strong green candle going up. Yeah, that's right. The guy from El Salvador. I think I listened to one of his speeches once, and he seemed like a pretty smart guy. He knows a lot about them gangs, though. That's for sure. All right, so this is going to be 3 red. See if we can't get above VWAP again. I wonder if they're going to bring that guy back from El Salvador, the one that the Supreme Court said you got to bring back. I'm surprised that guy's still alive. But them gangs would already got him. All right, 1, 2, 3, red. Let's see this next candle if it turns green. We just crossed the 11 o'clock hour. And see all the market is doing right now. It's already gapped up, right? It's gapped up, and now it's just trading sideways. You got this one opportunity to buy a put, and you could have made some money. But after that, everything is chop, right? Chop, chop. Maybe what we see is the market comes down, makes another low, right? Right at the 15 minute, right at the 458.78, somewhere right around there. And then maybe we bounce up again. Or it continues to come down and close this gap. Like we're coming down to this pivot, right? Where it was support here, support, 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 resistance, support, support, support. So it's been pretty good as support. Maybe we bounce from there. Gotta refresh my, I was gonna say calls here, but I'll wait. I'll wait here for a second, see what it's gonna do. Right now, it's obviously negative because it's pulling back. You're under VWAP. Maybe, we retest VWAP again and then continue to come down. Huh. Huh, huh, huh. Let me take a peek at, what SPY is doing. Yes, it's just trading sideways as well. There's the high. That's the low. It's just trading sideways, which if it's trading sideways, you're just gonna get chopped up. So I might not even take a trade today unless it breaks out. But, it's hard. That's SPY. Back on the Qs. It's back and forth, chop, chop, chop. Take a trade, you gotta take your profits when you see something. That'd be only a couple of dollars, but the market's obviously not moving. Yeah, just back and forth. back down. So the market's not trending in one direction or another. That's terrible for, same day options, right? Um, it'll just eat it up. Even if it doesn't move, your options will start to lose value. Right here, right on support. All right, let's see what it wants to do here. This is supposed to be support. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Oh my, yeah. Yeah, no, I wasn't in the trade at that time, but I did jump into a trade because that market just took off, and it took off, and I jumped in, and it hit my limit sell. So I sold, I made money, I reloaded, and it just kept going up. So I took another hit at it, and it kept going up, and it hit me again, and I was like, "Oh man." Yeah, I never had time to adjust my sell limit. It just hit it right away every time. Well, that's okay. I'm not complaining. But yeah, that was a ride. That was fun. It wasn't fun if you were in puts, hoping it would go down, or if you were short the market. Man, if you didn't have a stop and you were short the market, you're crying. Looks like we're breaking below support. It's always fun because I've been in, whether it's puts or calls, and Trump does his tweet thing, and the market has like a flash, and it just pulls up or pulls down, and you're in it, and man, it just goes straight through your limit sell order, and it will go bing, and you're like, wow. Here I thought that I was going to struggle to get it sold, and man, it hit it real quick. You watch it moving so fast, and it's hard to take any kind of action. You're like, what is it doing? What is it? And before you know it, it hits you already. Before you can adjust your sell water, it already hits it. You go, man, I left a lot of money on the table. It's okay. You made money. Like it's trying to hold support there, that pivot. Yeah. 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 Tesla is struggling. Look at Amazon, Meta, they're down. Although it look like the market's trying to rebound from here, trying to come up higher. Although we're still just trading in this range, right? This 15-minute range, top, bottom. And it's just chop. And that's all I see is chop. I remove that. I'll remove this. It's not helping me none. I'll remove that. Yeah, any green dollar is a good dollar. You're right. Yeah, yeah. So far, yeah, it's hard to get into a trade. I mean, you gotta get it. You gotta get a really good entry. You're gonna try to make any money, because by the time you get in, it's gonna pull back a little bit. He's going up, pulls right back. Look at that pattern. Up, back, up, back. It's breaking through that pivot now. 5 minutes before we hit the bottom of the hour. All right, let's see what we're going to do. We're going to make a equal low here. We hit it once. We hit it twice. That's a nice candle there. Twice, and you get the move up, double top, or I should say equal highs. All right, played around with it over here. Now we're coming back down again. I would assume we're going to hit it. Can we break through and continue on and close this gap? All right, the gap's all the way down to where the blue line is. That is Friday's close. That's Friday's high. All right, we're right on the lows for today. Let's see if this is going to be support. So if you bought this, your stops are underneath, kind of where the market is right now. So it's hitting stops, but I don't know if it's going to reverse from here. Hit target one, there's target two. Let's see if that does anything. You see, it's trying. There are some buyers that have stepped in. Nope, it's gonna keep going. All right. See if it target one does anything. Short signal. Yeah. Yeah. Looking for some type of back test. Maybe we back test to the 15-minute, right? Low. So if this comes back to here, 50-minute low, and it rejects, I'll take a chance at a put. Looking for it to close the gap. Let's see. All right, trying to look to see if this is going to reject right here, or is it going to go up to the pivot point and reject? There were some sellers right there. That wasn't a really hard reject. Past 11:30 hour. All right, we're going to test it again. Yeah, although you're looking at shorts, it's hard to buy. It's hard to buy the low, right? Hard to buy the low, even if you believe it's going to go lower. All right, let's see if it makes a lower low. So we broke the 15-minute range to the downside, back tested, came down, equal lows, and we'll see. Yeah, that kind of played out. exactly like we seen it. Oh, I didn't pull the trigger. Trigger finger wasn't ready. It's too cold. Now it looks like it really wants to go and close this gap. Looks like it wants to close this gap. Just doing it slowly. Even with this big leg down, market's still green, right? Market is still green until we get below this blue line. Take a look at SPY real quick. SPY did the same thing. Retest the pivot point, came right back down. Get back on my cues. You can almost trade either or the cues or the SPY. Actually, I thought the market was going to actually move up higher a lot more. I was really looking for a gap and go, and it just is a gap and crap. Yeah, yeah, 2020. Yeah, yeah, you're right. You were right about that. I second guess myself so much. I think one way, and then I go think about the other side of the trade. I psych myself out of doing anything. Yeah, that's the psychology of a trader. That's why when I do make a trade, Um, my stop order is already set, and my sell limit is already set. And normally I don't move those. I just let them play out. Either I'm going to make some money or I'm going to lose some money, and I just let it go. Yeah. Although a lot of times I will move my sell. I see the market moving fast. I'll move it, and then it never hits it. And it turns. It goes the other way. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard. It is trading is hard, especially day trading. All right. So we hit the highs, Friday's highs. Seems like we're bouncing a little. And I keep thinking, we're already this far down. You might as well close the gap. Don't leave it open. Or maybe some people will say that the gap is closed uh, because you got candles here. That could be true. Everything is subjective. Nvidia, what are you doing? What Apple's doing? Apple's following suit. Hmm. Yeah, see, it's going to break through. It looks like it wants to uh, close this gap. Ooh, yep. uh, Here we come. Yeah, we're getting ready to turn red. There it is. Gap closed. See if it hits target two. And there's the next pivot. Usually I say if we break one pivot, we're going to the next pivot. At least that's my targets. Although I do have some support levels on the NQ and the ES right around here, a little lower, but right around here. Coming up to the 12 o'clock hour. Take a look at the hourly chart here. That's the trend. Back to the 1 minute. All right. Let's see where target one is. 453.50. I'm going to remove that. This could be another break and retest. Yep, coming up on the 50% retracement. Yeah, it's hitting that 618. So now does it pull back, make an equal low right here? Or does it come all the way up and make a equal high right here? So far, I would consider that's the high, low. So either we're going to make a lower high or an equal high. Remember when we were looking at the poll and I said majority think that this week the market's going higher. It's like, yep, it's probably going to do the opposite. Although this is just one day, right? We're talking about the whole week. Although Mondays are usually down days. I always say Mondays are red days, Tuesdays are turnaround Tuesdays. All right, so we hit that 618 and it is reversing. Kind of make a maybe a W pattern right up here, come back down, equal lows, and then come back up. Maybe continue on. We'll see. I mean, because it's closed the gap, and the market did its job. It went down and it closed the gap. The gap is closed. The market is free to move wherever it wants to now. All right, it's coming back down. Look, come on down. We're right back. All right. Looks like we hit that. All right. I'm going to switch over here to some calls. Calls are kind of expensive too, but yeah, it's taken off without me already. Slow down. There you go. Pull back a little. Not too much, just a little. I always trade the second half of the 1 minute candle. So the 1 minute candle, the first 30 seconds, I don't like to touch it. I like to wait until the last 30 seconds, which are in right now. Because usually that first 30 seconds, they'll try to fake you out. Then the last 30 seconds kind of gives up what it wants to do. All right, see how these two candles if that faked you out and you got in, might be hitting your stop now. Or a lot of people will put their stop way below here. Either or, that would have faked you out. Just struggling here a little bit. See if we can break through this mess here. That's Friday's high. Waiting and watching. Want to get into a call here. Although this pattern didn't play out right, so I thought we would have already moved up, but it struggled or is struggling right here. The seller's selling it down. So what it's going to take to get out of this is one strong green candle that pushes all the way up. And see if we get follow through after that. All right, so we're hovering right there, trying to stay positive. See what the market wants to do. Trying to push up, but the sellers keep buying it down. That's why I say you really need a real strong green candle going straight up just to absorb all those orders. Oh, got everybody's stop orders. Because if you bought this, that's where everybody would put it. So we'll see if this can't they can't bid this up, continue to go higher at this point. If not, coming down to the next pivot. Yeah, yeah, everything is everything is losing everything. All right. Where we talked about that still a lot of people that believe the market hasn't made its lows yet. Nvidia, same thing. Nvidia is pushing lower. Let's see if they can buy this right back up here. They can do that, then I think positive about the market. That's already done. That ain't helping me. Let's take a peek at the 30-minute. This is the 30-minute. Yeah, there might be some support right there. See where it was resistance, resistance, support, 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 support. I don't know. We'll see. If not, we're coming down to that guy. Yeah, turn it green again. Figure this next candle should be red, a little red. If it's a little red and turns green, and the next candle is, you get follow through green, now you might buy a call here. I could try one. There it is, just a little red, red, green. Remember, I'm going to wait until the second half of the 1 minute candle. All right, it's the second half. See what this next candle does. I'm trying to get into that. Okay. I am in. Now let's see if it can at least move up. So now you see my stop limit and my sell. Still think this might be resistance. So I'm good where my, cell limit is at. Oh, come on, don't give me that candle. That's almost the death candle. Alright, so it did stop me out. I wasn't gonna move my stop because I know I can get right back in. I think it's still going higher, and I think it's still going higher. Ah, missed it by that much. Try that again. Yeah, they keep selling right up there. Come on, give it to me. Ah, there you go. Give it some room to go. Come on, get up there. Yep, yep. Try to see if this can come back just a little. Come on, push it up. One more push. One more little push. Come on. Ugh, come on. One big green candle. One big green candle. All right, market. We know you want to go higher. Go higher. Come on, Apple. Apple ain't doing too well. Market can't move if Apple's dropping. Yeah, that didn't go like I wanted it to. Not at all. Yeah, Meta's stale. Yeah, Meta's down like almost 13 points. All right, let's see what it wants to do right here at the 618. It's going to reverse, go up, or it's going to continue to come down to the 100% retracement. We're at the 12:30 hour. I'll be right back. Yeah, so now it's making the move that I was looking for. Just off by that much. There's a low, high, a higher low, right? A higher low. Now this needs to make a higher high, probably right here to here. Let's see if it can do that. Yep, it's getting up there. Yeah, I'm just gonna close my camera for a second. I know ain't nobody want to look at me anyway, but I'm just eating some toast. But yeah, we're right there where my sell order was. Right there. See if it can break through that. I think it can because it needs to make a higher high. See if this next candle breaks through this high here. Meta looking bullish. Yeah, it's struggling here. It's struggling. Yeah, I agree with you, Nick. As long as they're making you money, that's a good thing. It's good to hear, Nick. Yeah. Well, that just says you know what you're doing, huh? I just had a little breakfast lunch, but we still haven't made higher highs than this. And if it can't do it, then it's going to pull back. And it's struggling to do it. About 10 minutes before we come to the top of the hour. Yeah, see, couldn't make a higher high, and so looks like it's breaking down again. Almost the same. All right, so it's coming down. See what it does at the 618. Just right here. All right, they're trying to make it turn red again. So if you notice, we're way below the 15-minute range ORB. Got you there, Nick. You can see as soon as we broke that 15-minute range, back tested it one time. Remember we talked about that, where I should have bought a put, and look at it now. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. All right, so we're coming up to the 1 o'clock hour. What is it doing? Well, down here, maybe right here, it's all it's doing is trading sideways at this point. That's what we're doing. We're below VWAP. That's negative. We keep going below yesterday's or Friday's close. That's negative. Although we keep popping up above it. We're just consolidating, waiting for that next move. Don't know if that next move is going to be up or down. Normally, it's what the previous trend is, and the trend was down. So you would think that you would get a continuation. You got a continuation. There's a couple levels right here. Pivot point, previous low, and then the next pivot point. So if you think it's going to break down, you buy a put up here. If you think it's going to break up, you buy a call down here. So obviously at this point, although the market did gap up really good, it's given all of that back. That's a negative thing. It gave it all back, and it hasn't tried to recover really. So that tells me the sellers are still in charge because they've been able to close this gap here. Gotcha. Yeah, I think just sitting on at least uh, what I would consider support on the Nasdaq. If it breaks it, we're going to go a little lower. Gotcha. Whoop, 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 whoop. Look at that candle. I said that's what it's going to take to push through some of this, although they just might buy this right back down. Now, why couldn't it do that when I was in it? Uh, Student make a higher high. I don't know if that was a liquidity grab, hitting stops, somebody trying to get in for some news. That's like the 1 o'clock hour. Maybe those are pre-programmed by X amount at 1 o'clock. You were after 1 o'clock. Got you. Now what are the feds are going to do? Yeah. Well, that's a 1 minute Dovis comment because that's only how long it lasted. 1 minute. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know why anybody would wanna buy based on what Bernanke was saying. David, why David, why you laughing? Oh, you know that. You know that saying. When you've been married 37 years, um, you like the silent treatment. Yeah. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. Remember, it's a short trading week this week. I think Friday, I forget what the holiday is, but the market's closed on Friday. Ah, Good Friday. That's what it is. Good Friday. I'll be on here tomorrow and Wednesday. Tomorrow I start my 2-day water fast. So last week I did a 1 day, right? I think I did. Let me see. I did more than 24 hours. I was oop, trying to test it out. I did like 32 hours, right? Only water. I could have um, coffee and green tea. I make my own rules. 1 cup of coffee, 1 cup of green tea, and the rest of the day was water. I did like 32 hours last week. Start to feel a little bad at the ending of it, but tomorrow, or I should, yeah, tomorrow, I'll start my 2 day. I'm trying to do a 5 day fast. My birthday's coming up, and so it's a birthday gift to myself. No, I already had that. That's already done. No, but I did a video on it on why I'm doing the fast. I mean, there's a lot of good benefits from it, but I want to do a 5 day fast. And if I can do a 5 day fast, then maybe later on in the year, I'll try to do even longer. But tomorrow, I'm going to do just a 2 day. Tomorrow, or yeah, Tuesday and Wednesday. See if I can't make it through the day without eating anything other than drinking coffee, 1 cup of coffee, 1 cup of green tea, and the rest is water. When I'm trading, it's fine because your mind is focused on the market, focused on the candlesticks, and so you don't think about food so much. But I'm gonna see if I got the willpower to do this for 2 days. Then if I'm successful and I feel okay, I'm not in a coma. Then the following week I'm gonna do a Monday through Friday, or I might go out another week. It depends on how I feel after I get this 2 day done. Market's really chopping now. That is all it's doing. If the market does move back up, it's probably going to be later in the day, probably in that power hours. Nick, that's funny. Hopefully that's you cooking the food and not anybody else. Uh, well, I just say there's a lot of health benefits for doing a water fast. So it's not just trying to lose weight or anything like that. There's some other factors, but for me, it's more of you're doing something hard, and it's all about willpower. That's the whole thing to me. It's if you got strong willpower, then you can say no to any kind of food. Not like you're gonna die. At least I don't think so. At any time, I could stop and eat something, but no, to me, it's about willpower. It's about strengthening your mind. It's a mind challenge, a mind thing. And so I'm going to see if I could battle my mind. Yeah, yeah. Gotcha. Same thing my wife said. Make sure your blood sugar is good. Yeah, it doesn't look like this market wants to pop up. Probably just gonna trade sideways the rest of the day. Yeah, let me see if it pops up here. Look, it's trying. It is trying. Let me see which way it breaks out here. But it's desperately trading in this little channel here. I would like to think now that we came back and closed the closed the gap, that the market would want to come up some. Are you in Meta, or do you have it as long term holdings? Because Meta is really down. Looks like it wants to pop up. Let's see if it's going to break this. Normally, I'd say you get a red candle, you got three greens. That one is kind of pitiful. There are two nice green candles, but that's pitiful. Or at least we're above the high. You would think this would have been red, but the 1 minute is not over yet. There it is, turn red. All right. Looking good. Looking good for it to push a little more to the upside. Here's where it had trouble before. See if you can't break through this. Yeah, struggling. There you go. Seems like everything is starting to pick up now. Although we're hitting 38.2 retracement, some sellers there. Yep. Yep. You're right. It is. It's pulling up there slowly. See if Meta can get back to the 534. All right, looking at the Qs. See if you can't make a higher high than this. 457.19. If you can get up there. Yeah, there's that. There's that strong red candle. Yeah, it's like gotcha. Was that a trap? We'll see. It ain't over yet. Looks like Q still have some momentum. They're still trying to push it up higher. Yeah, I hear you. Some puts. I don't know about puts. I'd have to be closer to VWAP. Look where it's running into resistance right at the top of that Bernanke push higher. Huh. Dark room, you might be right. Might be the best place for a put. Might be right. All right, let's see if this is a break and retest. Going back to Friday's high. Well, I can spike right through it. Let's see if they buy it back up. Yeah. Yep. Tomorrow's news. Yep. Okay. Look, it's coming down. So I hit the 618 and bounced a little. So let's see if this thing can't push and make equal highs here. If it does, I might be interested in taking a put. It's going to load up some puts. If it could get back up here, make equal highs and get rejected. Can't even do that. Oh, it's a nice candle there. Hopefully, the Dr. Dark Room, did you get your put? Well, they almost did it all the way back. Yep. Yeah, I'm kinda waiting here. See how far I can get up here. It's trying. It's trying to make its way up. Retrace it to 618. We just passed the 1:30 hour, 1:37. They're fighting it right here. You see, wicks on both sides. Just trading sideways again. Trying one right here. Just chopping around here. Keep coming down. Keep coming down. I don't like being in a trade this long. Then it starts to eat up at your on your option. Premium starts to go away. Gotcha. Gotcha there, dark room. There she went. About 5 minutes to the top of the hour. Wonder if this has a desire to break VWAP and go higher. About a minute and a half before we hit the 2 o'clock. See what happens then. See what that does anything. All right, we're top of the hour. Let's see if anything happens. Wow. Yep, yep. You know, accumulate them fees there, Nick. You're right. Sounds like you need to call them and, a bargain for a lower fee. Right, so it's hitting target 1 and it's right below VWAP, right below these highs. If it breaks through, there's, target 1. You also have the pivot point that it's there. That could pause it or goes up if it's gonna go up. Pivot point will be the, or I mean, VWAP will be the strong one. If it can spike through that, then has a chance to go higher. All right, guys, it's after 2 o'clock New York time. Looks like the market wants to pull back some. I'm gonna end the stream here. Got a couple things I got to get done. I will be streaming tomorrow, so if you get a chance, stop by, say hi. I will be doing my water fast tomorrow, so yeah, stop in and check me out, see how I'm doing. Make sure I'm still alive. Chandler's Retirement Live saying lights out.